May it please the court, my lady. Morning.
Nelly Siwe, please place the matter on record.
Thank you, Judge. Today is the 28th of February, 2022. Calling the matter of Life Esidimeni Inquest, case number I-001 of 2021. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Late.
Thank you, my lady. The next witness is Mrs. Sandra de Villiers. Mrs. Foster requested that she lead the witness as she is one of the 4 families that is represented by Mrs. Foster. She is with Mrs. Foster in a room and she will need an interpreter from English to Afrikaans, or from Afrikaans to English, I beg your pardon. She will understand the questions put to her in English, but she requested to answer in Afrikaans. We have an interpreter available to interpret from Afrikaans to English for the people who do not understand Afrikaans.
Okay.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. This is our number. We have let how many witnesses so far? Is this now going to be our 14th witness? Am I correct?
That's correct, my lady. A statement, my lady.
Just a second before we... Oh, yes?
The statement is on 3923 of case 1.
Is that the only statement?
Yes, only one statement, my lady.
Mrs. Mitebe.
That's correct, my lady. Good morning, my lady.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, where is the witness?
As the court pleases, my lady, I'm with Mr. Villiers.
Okay, can she show her face?
Can't the court see? The lady in dress next to me is Sandra. This is Mr. Villiers.
And the interpreter is with Mr. Late.
That's correct, my lady.
I'm not in this office, my lady.
Yeah, okay, no, that's fine. Because I thought you were with the witness.
No, I'm alone in the office.
Okay.
Morning, Mr. Tebe. Thank you very much for assisting us. It's nice to see you again.
Thank you.
You are with who in your office?
I'm alone.
Oh, okay. I'm still waiting, Miss Foster.
I don't understand, my lady. Can the court see me?
I can't see the witness.
The witness is right next to me.
You are also not visible, both of you.
Not visible.
In fact, I don't know whether the camera is not working.
I can see them. They are visible to me. To me as well.
All of you, can you see them? Is it me? Can you see me?
I can see the court, yes.
But I can't see them. Perhaps I must also...
I can see everybody, my lady.
Come again?
I can see everybody.
All right, perhaps I should just exit the meeting and rejoin. All right. Nelly Siwe, please administer the oath to the witness.
Thank you, Judge. Ma'am, please state your full names and surname for the record. Kan u naam en noem vir die record asseblief, dame?
Sandra Johanna Susanna de Villiers.
Do you have any objections against taking the prescribed oath?
Het
u enige beswaar om u eet af te neem?
Nee.
Do
No?
you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so,
Sure,
please
that-
raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
Sure, dat sodat u die gekennis wat u gaan afleg en die waarheid wees, die hele waarheid niks anders as die waarheid sê, so help my God.
So help my God.
So on in.
Thank you. Before we start, I'm going to ask Ms. Metele, just as we proceeded the previous week, please wait for the witness to finish or anybody else to finish before you start interpreting. And I'm also going to ask the witness, please explain to the witness that when she gives evidence, she must say whatever, but not too much, to allow you the chance to to interpret. Because if she says too many things, you are not going to interpret everything.
Mevrou de Villiers, u achtbare dame vra dat as u getuienis lei, u moet ordelijk sinne gee, sodat ons kan nie deur mekaar raak nie, sodat ek alles kortliks, bondliks, alles moet vertel.
That's
Saam met my. That's right.
My lady.
Thank you,
maybe
Mr. Late.
Maybe Mrs. Foster can just confirm. She indicated to me that the witness can understand English, so it's not necessary to interpret from English to Afrikaans for the witness, but for the other people who do not understand, the interpretation should be from Afrikaans to English, if I understood her email to me correctly. So it's not necessary to interpret the questions to English for the witness, but only from Afrikaans to English.
Can we confirm with Mrs. Foster?
That is indeed correct, my lady. I will ask the questions in English. The witness will only answer in Afrikaans, and if Ms. Metele can just assist us with the translation of the answers from Afrikaans to English.
Okay, only that.
That's correct, my lady.
Thank you very much. Can we proceed along those lines? You may proceed then.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, just for record purposes, the witness has got a bundle of documents in front of her, but that is just a copy of the arbitration award. So, and a date that she made from memory, for memory purposes. There's no notes made on the specific document in front of the witness.
Okay.
That's good, please. Mr. Villiers, I'm going to look at the court, but please answer my questions. The first question I want to ask is, you are the biological sister of Yakuza, who is one of the deceased in this matter. Is that correct?
Ja, dis korrek.
Yes, that is correct.
Can you please tell the court how many children were you?
Ons was 3 kinders, maar Jaco is nou oorlede. Ek is die oudste.
We were 3 kids. Yako was the youngest and the eldest.
My lady, if I can just assist, she said Yaku is now deceased. I'm the
And
eldest.
Yako. Oh.
So at this stage, you are 2 children left. You are the eldest, and then you've got a younger brother still. Is that correct?
Ja, dis korrek.
Yes, that's correct.
So Yaku was the middle one.
Ja, dis korek.
Yes, that's correct.
Can you please tell the court what was the date of birth for Yaku?
6 Januarie 1965.
65.
That's correct.
6 January 1956.
65.
65.
Thank you, Mr. David.
1st January. 6
January 1965.
65.
That's correct.
65.
Mr. Villiers, can you please tell the court, did Yaku stay with you since his date of birth?
Hy het by ons in die huis gebly vir 'n paar jaar.
He stayed with us in the house for a few years.
Ons het van Lichtenburg verhuis na Pretoria om vir hom 'n ander plek te kry.
We moved from Lichtenburg to Pretoria so that we can get him another place.
Hy is eers geplaas in San Michel,
He was firstly placed at Saint Michel,
toe na Weskoppies,
Just go
Then-
slow, please. Where was he from? You moved from Lichtenburg to Pretoria?
hy was in San Michel,
he was in Saint Michel,
dis korrek, en van daar af Leidenburg toe.
and from there to Leidenburg. But there's a part when he said he was moved from Saint Michel to Weskoppies.
Jammer, ja, hy was na Weskoppies toe verplaas, en toe Leidenburg toe.
He was transferred to Weskoppies and thereafter to Leidenburg.
Is it Lichtenburg or Leidenburg?
Leidenburg.
Leidenburg, okay.
Die plek se naam was Wenakker.
What's her name?
Wenakker.
The
Wenakker.
place name was called Wayne Acker.
Ja, Wenakker.
Van Acker.
Ja, dis korrek.
That's
Dit was te ver gewees, toe my ouers hom verplaas na.
It was far, then my parents placed him at
Kalinin.
Kalinen.
Ja. In 1997.
Come again. It was far when your parents took him to Cardinal.
Kalinen.
Ja. Want dit was nader aan die huis gewees vir hulle.
Because it was nearer to home and it was during 1997.
Ja, dis korrek.
$1990?
1997.
Ja, dis korrek.
Continue.
So he was at, thank you. So he was at Cullinan for about 18 years until he passed away. Is that correct?
Ja, dis korrek.
Yes,
I
that's
didn't
correct.
pick that up.
I said he was at Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center for 18 years before he passed away.
He was in Cullinan for 18 years.
Yeah, until the day he passed away.
Yes.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. De Villiers, can you please tell the court what was Yaku's condition?
Voor hy verplaas is na die NGO,
Before he was transferred to the NGO,
sy kondisie was baie gesond gewees.
his condition was very healthy.
Can you please tell the court how was he functioning? Could he, for instance, bath himself?
Hy moes gehelp geword het met hulp, kon nie alles alleen doen nie.
He was to be helped, offered help because he could not do anything on his own.
So did he need assistance to dress himself?
Ja, hulle moes hom gehelp aantrek het.
Yes, he was helped, he was assisted to dress himself, to be dressed.
Was he able to eat on his own?
Ja, hy kon self geëet het.
Yes, he could eat on his own.
Could he use the bathroom facilities on his own?
Hy kan die toilet gebruik het, maar hulle moes hom help as hy 'n nommer 2 gehad het.
Yes, he could use the toilet, but he was supposed to be helped when he was doing number 2.
What is that?
What is that?
Dis wanneer sy maagie gewerk het.
When his tummy was running.
Okay.
Yaku was mentally disabled, intellectually mentally disabled, is that correct?
Ja, dis korrek.
Yes, that's correct.
Can you please tell the court what was the age of his mental capacity?
Dit was van 'n kind van 9 jaar.
It was of a child of 9 years.
Can you please tell the court, did Yaku have any medical conditions, illnesses?
Op daai stadium het hy geen mediese kondisies gehad nie.
At that stage, he did not have any medical conditions.
Do you know of any medication that he took?
Al medikasie wat hulle vir hom gegee het was om te ontspan.
All that medication that he received was to relax.
Why was that necessary?
Hy kon baie maklik kwaad geraak het as mense hom te nakom.
Herhaal weer asseblief. Hy was?
Hy was baie gefrustreerd as mense hom te nagekom het.
He became frustrated when people approached him or came to him.
My lady, the word the witness used was te nagekom, if somebody offended him. Ms. McDavid, assist me, is that the correct translation? Te nagekom, if somebody offended him or he felt
Offended.
Yeah.
Of as iemand sy beertjie gevat het.
Or if somebody took his part. Beertjie.
Ja, hys blybeer.
Or his beer.
Teddy bear, ja, so, ja,
Teddy bear.
What?
If somebody took his teddy bear, he became offended.
And if he had these outbursts, was it violent outbursts?
Hy het baie keer net sy klere uitgetrek en dit op die dak gegooi.
He will took off his clothes and throw them on the deck, on the roof.
Mr. Williams, how many times did you went to go and visit him when he was still at the Cunningham Care and Rehabilitation Centre?
Ek het hom 1 tot 2 keer 'n maand besoek.
I visited him once or twice a month.
En soms in die week ook.
Sorry? Sometimes?
Sometimes in die week, gedurende die week.
Sometimes during the week.
When were you informed that they are going to move Yaku from the Cunningham Care and Rehabilitation Centre?
Hy informed me in April 2016.
I was informed on April 2016.
And how were you informed?
Just a second, Miss Foster.
Sorry, my lady.
Continue.
How were you informed that they are going to move him?
Die sosiale werker, maatskaplike werker het my gekontak.
The social workers contacted me.
Wie was die persoon? Or who was this person that contacted you?
Haar naam was Daphne.
Her name was Daphne.
Continue.
Did they inform you why they are going to move him?
Hulle het gesê hulle moet plek maak vir ander pasiënte van Life Esidimeni.
They said they wanted to prepare place for other patients of Life Esidimeni.
Ek was baie ontsteld en omgekrap.
I was not happy.
Just hold it
I
there.
was dis.
Yes.
I was not happy. I was frustrated.
Bislela gaan hier lank kry.
Continue.
Jaco was nie iemand gewees wat ontwortel moet word nie.
Yakuza was somebody not can ibirera.
He was used to his roots.
He was used to. He was not he's somebody that was used to his roots.
Ja, hy hou nie van verandering nie. Hy raak siek.
He does not want any changes. He became sick.
Just hold it there. Yes, the witness seems to be understanding English. Okay, let her continue as she wishes. Continue.
As it pleases. Why? So he was used to his circumstances. He did not like change because you said he's getting sick the moment that there was changes around him. Is that correct?
Ja, dis korrek.
Why? What do you mean with he became sick? What do you mean by that?
As hy in 'n vreemde omgewing is, dan affekteer dit sy gesondheid.
Continue, Miss Interpreter. You are muted.
If he is at a new place or at a strange place, he became sick. Or he becomes sick.
At what stage did you hear where Yaku was going to be moved to? What the name of the place was?
Come again, Miss Foster.
At what stage was she informed that Yaku is going to be moved?
Then that question you have asked it,
2016.
where he said, I think
I apologize.
she said in April 2016.
That's correct. Okay. At what stage was Yaku moved to the other facility?
Die 9de Mei was hy
Was
verplaas
the 9th,
of Mei 2016.
9th May 2016.
Come again. What was the question now?
I wanted to know on which day was she informed that Yaku was going to be moved to the other facility? And the answer was on the 9th of May 2016.
I just want to avoid confusion here. What about the date of April? What did you say about April 2016, Ms. De Villiers?
Dis wanneer hulle my laat weet dat hy oorgeplaas gaan word.
It was when I was informed that he's going to be transferred.
Now, the date of the 9th of May?
Is when it was transferred.
Okay. Continue.
At what stage did you realize or did they inform you what the name is of the facility? Or did you know what the name of the facility was?
Ja, ek het geweet wat die naam gaan wees, Esidimeni.
I knew what the name was to be. It's Esidimeni.
Did you know where this facility
Just a
was?
second. Continue.
Do you know where this facility was?
Ja, ek het geweet dit was op dieselfde perseel.
Yes, I knew it was on the same premises.
The same premises? Do you mean the same premises as what Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Centre was?
Ja, hulle het net die facility palisades omgesit.
Yes, they placed palisade around that facility.
It was two facilities on the same premises and it was separated by palisades. Is that correct?
Ja, dis korrek.
Yes, that's correct.
Did you ever visit the premises before Yaku was transferred there?
Come again?
Did you ever visit the premises before Yaku was transferred there?
No.
No?
Nee.
That's all did the Miss Foster. Yes.
The facility Esidimeni, did they inform you that it was an NGO?
Ja, hulle het my laat weet dit is 'n NGO.
Yes, they informed me that it is an NGO.
Yes.
On the 3rd of June 2016, there was a launch of Esidimeni and you received correspondence from the CEO. Is that correct?
Ja,
Yes,
Can you please tell the court who was the CEO of Esidimeni at that stage?
dit was Diana Miauli.
Diana Nauri.
Ja, is korrek.
Noile.
Nou Lies.
Yes.
Can you please tell the court of, if anything, what commenced on the 4th of June 2016, the day after the launch? The day after the launch, on the 4th of June 2016, did something happen on that day?
Yes, I all did that. Response.
Dit was die familiedag geweest vir al die donasies.
There were families there of all the donations,
Families of?
donators.
Yes.
Please explain to the court what you mean with donations, what happened, who made which requests and what happened on that day.
Helpende hand help ons met alle donasies.
Helping hand, severe.
Helpende hand van solidariteit.
Helping hand of solidarity.
Help ons met al die donasies.
Help us with all the donations
From all over. van almal af, families en vriende.
From all over families and friends.
Why were there a request for donations? Who requested the donations?
Diana kontak my of ek kan help met die donasies.
Is it Buile, my lady, or Guyana?
Noile. Diana Noile.
Oh, Diana Noile contacted me and asked if I can help with the donations.
That's all it there. Yes.
What kind of donations was requested by Ms. Noile?
Dit was soos wasmasjiene, stove, kos,
It was like washing machines, dryers, food,
klere,
clothing,
komberse,
blankets.
Yes.
And then on the 4th of June, were these donations delivered to Siyabalinga?
Ja, almal was daar gewees. Mense,
Yes, everybody was there.
daar het mense gekom met bakkies vol goed.
People came driving vans full of things.
Soos kos, klere,
It was foods, clothing,
stove en wasmasjien.
washing machines.
Was there anybody of the Department of Health there on that day?
Daar het later iemand aangekom wat gevra het, al die mense moet weg. Hulle moet uit Sayabinga uitgaan.
Yes, later came somebody who said everyone must vacate that place.
Do you know who that person was?
It was Johanna, haar naam was Hannah.
His or her name is Hannah.
Was it during consultation? You informed me that it was Hannah Jacobus.
Ja, dis correct, Hannah Jacobus.
Yes, that's correct. Yana Jacobus. Anna.
Do you know any reason provided why you had to leave the premises?
Ek was baie geskok gewees.
I was very shocked.
Want ek het nie geweet hoekom gebeur dit nou nie.
I didn't know why should this now happen?
Met al die
Yes, but the question was there any reason? Did you know of any reason why people had to leave?
Edele, ek weet nie wat was die rede gewees nie.
My lady, I did not know what was the reason.
Continue.
What happened with the donations?
Ons weet nie wat het van die donasies geword nie, want op die eind
we don't know what happened with those donations because at the end
dit was nie meer daar gewees nie.
They were not there anymore.
Vir die gebruik vir die pasiënte.
For the use of the patients.
Mr. Vincent, you went to visit Yaku on the 19th of June 2016 at Siyabalinga, is that correct?
Ja, dis korrek.
Yes, that's correct.
I didn't pick up the question, Miss Foster. I don't know, maybe it's because of how you're seated. I can't see you. That's why I keep on asking, what did you say? I don't know which positions would you hold and how big is your table. Yeah, it's much better, but I can't follow some of your questions, especially where you asked the question immediately after I heard the witness. Continue now. What was the question that you've just asked? Or I'll just check the record. Continue.
Lady Adam, let me just zoom out a bit. Is that better? Can the court see me now?
Yes. Yes.
And can I put the volume a bit louder? Will that help? Is that better?
Yes, continue.
Thank you, Mother. My lady, my witness testified in Afrikaans during the arbitration hearing. She is more comfortable in Afrikaans, but she said she is willing to try and continue in English. That will make the proceedings easier for the court. Maybe Ms. Matebe can just be on standby and assist if there's any hiccups. Will that be easier to the court?
Okay.
Yes, I will be on standby, my lady.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Can we try that? Thank you, Ms. Matebe.
You can just mute yourself and then stay in the proceedings if you don't have anything to, yeah. All right.
So on the 19th of June, you went to visit Yakuza Badinga. Can you please tell the court what have you observed when you visited him on that day?
Just a second. Yes.
When I visited him that day, I saw he was coughing and the aircon on the...
Just a second, there is a hand here. Mr. Pinar? Mr. Pinar?
May it please the court, my lady.
Yes.
I don't want to interfere unnecessarily in my learned friend's examination of a witness, but I do believe it's not proper to proceed with evidence in chief by means of leading questions, my lady. The question should be put in a manner which does not amount to a leading question, my lady.
Thank you.
May it please the court, my lady.
The witness is here to give evidence. Miss, how do you respond to this?
My lady, this evidence is already on record. So if the court wants me to go back to his statement and refresh our memory, we can do that. But if Mr. Pinar is suggesting that it's not correct that she visited her brother on the 19th of June, then it is his prerogative to cross-examine the witness on that. I'm trying to make things easier. I've consulted with the witness. Is there evidence already on record?
Thank you. Mr. Pinar.
Anything to the contrary, you can put it to a cross-examination.
Can I hear Mr. Pinar?
May it please the court, my lady, with all due respect to my learned friend, the evidence being presented is not common cause. If it's common cause, it can be put as a leading question. There's been no statement from our learned friend that the evidence I'm now proceeding to deal with is common cause evidence. The fact that it may have been presented or tendered at another time or in another forum does not make it common cause and does not then elevate it to evidence which can be proceeded with by means of leading questions.
Mr. Lynch.
That, my lady, evidence can be presented. I'm not objecting against evidence to be presented.
Your problem is that she is being led.
My lady?
I'm aware of that, my lady, with all due respect.
You are merely raising an issue that she should not be led.
Yes, my lady.
Yes. The evidence questions should not be asked as leading questions.
Correct, my lady.
In other words, you are saying the witness herself must present evidence on her own.
That's correct, my lady.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Late?
My lady, if I might
Yes.
use my little friends, with all due respect, the statement of the witness already forms part of the record in terms of Section 5 of the Inquest Act. It's not something that is that has still to be handed in. It is already part of this record, and this information already forms part of the statement that already forms part of this record.
So you agree with me? You agree with Ms. Foster?
I agree with Ms. Foster, because it's not as like in the criminal case where the statement is not part of the record. The statement is already part of the record in terms of Section 5 of the criminal of the Inquest Act.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Just a second. Do you want to respond, Ms. Foster?
So, my lady, I agree with Mr. Light. And it's not a leading question. I asked her what happened on that day, but in any event, I'm in the court's hands. But I agree with Mr. Light. Already got the evidence.
All right, the court will allow you to continue.
As the court pleases. Thank you, ma'am.
My lady, if I'm...
Oh, Mr. Pitala, you just raised your hand late. Come again?
Yes, I've been trying to raise my hand, but
we didn't see that. It wasn't there.
Initially, my lady, when I wanted to raise the issue as with regard to the date, just to gain a proper understanding of where we are, because I understand that, the date that was being referred to, because the witnesses, dates are being put to the witness, and there is no indication where those dates are contained.
Where? In the statement?
Yes, my lady, it's my learned colleague, Ms. Foster, was putting dates to the witness. The last one being the 19th of June. I now understand that to be that date perhaps originates from the arbitration hearing. So what I would request, and to assist us, those that join date, is to refer to documents. If she's putting a date that emanates from the arbitration hearing, then let us know which page of the arbitration hearing you're referring to.
I understand where you're coming from. If one looks at the witness statement, maybe if one looks at the witness statement, these things that she's talking about in respect of these dates, the 3rd, the 4th, and the 19th, they are not in this statement in particular. So if she can just assist us, if maybe that is evidence that was led in the arbitration hearing, we should know.
My lady, the date of the 3rd of June 2016 comes from
Come again?
I said the date of the 3rd of June 2016 comes from an email.
Can you assist us? Is it in the statement that is appearing on page 392?
My lady, can I respond in the court?
Yes.
I said the 3rd of June 2016 forms part of the record of the email sent by Diana Noyele that Siabadinga was launched.
Of that? I can't hear you.
The 3rd of June 2016.
The 3rd of June.
Is an email sent by Diana Noyele stating that Siabadinga was launched. So it forms part of the arbitration hearing.
Yeah, but you must refer us to these details. We don't know these things. They are not. No. I'm just saying I understand the premise from which Mr. Pitlela came. I mean, I'm also not confused. Maybe those are the portions where I was struggling to hear you. Okay, continue. Continue. That's.
I understand that, but is it really contentious issues?
Oh, that is why you are saying.
Yeah,
okay,
is it really necessary to go to every single day if it's a contentious issue?
No,
if they have evidence to the contrary, they can cross-examine.
Not necessarily, just for everyone to understand the evidence. Mr. Pitlela, let me hear you just a second.
My lady, the plea that we are making is, in as much as my learning...
There's somebody who please mute your mic. Yes. Mr.
My lady,
Pichela?
the plea that we're making is, in as much as there are several documents that need to be referred to, just link it to the document. That's all we're saying. If the email is on page so and so, then please make a link to that. Because if you are just referring to dates and the witness is confirming, like for instance, now this date comes from an email that originated from my client, but this witness is being posed a question regarding that fact, which I find problematic now, because now
No,
she
I
can't
agree with you.
lying about
Because
things that she does not know about. So that is where we'll be able to object to questions on the basis of relevance or whatever the case might be. But in the absence of a clear direction, a background as to where the date originates from, we are just throwing date at the witness and she's confirming, and that is problematic. May it please you, madam.
Thank you. Ms. Foster?
My lady, I'm very sorry, but for instance, this is how the letter are referred to from Diane Lawyer.
There's nothing wrong.
I understand that,
You
but I
just
do
say,
not have
like,
the
for
page-
instance,
I do not have the page numbers. I will have to go and look for them. I don't have it. I've prepared my cross-examination in a timeline of events to make it easier for the court. This lady here is not a person of interest. So
no. Yes. Listen.
And you are now constructing the record with irrelevant objections. I do not think it's necessary, and I think it's totally unnecessary. We could have proceeded with this witness. If there's anything contentious, they can consult about it. It's a simple question of was Celia Badinga launched on the 4th of
I
June.
hear you, Miss Foster, but like myself, I was not aware of these emails that you're talking about. And I was asking myself, where does this date, all the dates come from? And there was no objection. Now, because of this objection, it really helps. Whether the issues are contentious or not, there's no need for you to read the email, but you just refer to it to say, on this particular day, there was a launch as per an email dated so-and-so. Then you pass that.
As God pleases.
Yes,
I will,
because otherwise one is going to get confused.
I'm very sorry, my lady, then it's my mistake. I really did not think that
That is why sometimes I stop you, because you don't give us the chance to apply our mind. You know, when a witness is busy testifying, one is also thinking, aligning himself to the facts. Remember, we have been told that the witness is going to testify today. Now, our preparations are also in line with the statement. Now, when you come with things that are not there, one will get confused. So I understand the premise from which Mr. Pitlela comes from. Right? No, it's fine. We have dealt with the matter. You may proceed.
Thank you, my lady.
Now you're talking about the date of the 19th of June. What about this date? You say she went to visit Yaku at Siabadinga. And what was the question?
What happened on that specific day? What did she witness?
Then she was explaining. Let her explain.
As God pleases.
When I came to Yaku that day, I saw he was coughing and the aircon was very hot.
Just a second. He was coughing.
And the aircon in the room was very hot, and it was on a summer day.
Okay.
Not summer, but it was not so cold.
Just a second. Continue.
When I asked him to put it colder because it was so hot, because children are going in and out in their rooms, and I got sick.
You asked him to switch it off or lower it, and then what happened?
I did not respond to my request. And I put some new bedding on his bed, and I brought him also some clothes because he did not have properly bedding for his bed.
Yes.
My lady, I apologize.
Yes.
Yes, my lady.
You're still having a problem with the date.
Not a problem with the date, but it sounded like somebody's prompting somebody and then there was an extension of testimony. So I don't know whether the feedback came from another source or it came from the same room, but I could not detect it from anywhere. Because there was a whisper and then the witness
Yes, I also picked that up. Can I request that maybe we should refrain from doing that, Ms. Foster?
Please,
I heard there was a whisper between that. I don't know whether it was between the two of you, but there was something that I found it very unusual. Thank you. Thank you for dealing with that, Mr. So you brought him a new bedding and what?
I brought him blankets, pillow and some new clothes because he didn't have enough clothes there.
Yes.
My lady, I just asked my attorney of record to put on the aircon, so I did not speak to the witness. Thank you. On that specific day, where did you visit with Yaku?
On that specific day, I visited him in the kitchen because there was no other place to visit your family. And we went into the kitchen and closed the door. And all of a sudden, the door opened and the other patient came in and grabbed his food from his container. And he put it in his mouth. And
Just a second. Yes.
And when I realized there's something wrong, there's not enough food for all the patients there.
Yes.
My brother was so hungry, and first he almost drank 1 liter of cold drink that I gave him.
Yes.
And he almost ate his food together with a serviette.
He almost ate his food with?
The serviette, I put the food in a serviette for him. He was so hungry, he put the whole thing in his mouth. The serviette with the food.
Can you please explain to the court how was his health on that day?
How?
Was his health? Was he ill or not ill? How was his health on that day?
Come again?
How was his house on that day? Was he sick or not sick?
Oh, okay. The problem is you face the witness. That is why maybe when you ask questions.
He was very hungry that day. And I noticed that he started to lose weight.
Yes.
You testified that the aircons was very hot. Was there anything else that bothers you regarding Yaku's house on that day?
I noticed there wasn't enough food for all the patients there. Because,
Yes.
Because we only have a 2-plate stove for 73 patients. You can't make food for 73 patients on that 2-plate stove.
Did you inform anybody at Esidimeni that you placed new bedding on Yaku's bed?
I informed them and also sent an email that I put some new bedding on his bed, and I brought him also some clothes.
Esidimeni
Just a second.
as good pieces.
Yes.
Do you have any knowledge of Esidimeni being closed shortly thereafter?
Response?
Ek het gehoor, I'm heard that Esidimeni will be closed on the 8th of July 2016. And the reason for that
Just
was...
a second. Yes, what was the reason for that?
And they have no license. They did not have a license.
After Esidimeni was closed, what happened with Yaku?
Just hold it there.
In Engels.
Can you please, when you talk, we should not hear what you are saying there.
My lady, the witness just asked what is verplaas in Engels. She's not conversant in English, so the only discussions, and she's also never been.
It's fine. Nobody was asking, was forcing her to testify in another language. I just felt that I was making a comment to say she can understand and respond in English.
I know, and we are trying
This
to.
is her choice. If she wants to testify in Afrikaans, it's fine. You have secured come again?
Well, lady, I perceive the court to be irritated, and I'm very sorry if I'm irritating the court and if my perception is incorrect. That is not my intention. The only thing I'm trying to convey to this court is that my witness is the first time that she's ever been in court. She's never been to court before. So the fact that she asked, or it seems that she wanted, is just to assist this court because she didn't know what the English word was. So if we can all just be more patient with the witness, then we can finalize these proceedings as quickly as possible. I will convey to her now that she's not allowed to talk to me, but if I can just, for the benefit of my other colleagues, she's not talking to me. She's whispering to herself, what is the English word for?
Okay, to avoid that happening, the interpreter is here. What could happen if she doesn't understand any question before she answers? She can say, "Ek verstaan nie hierdie woord." Then the interpreter will assist.
Yeah, thank you, my lady. Thank you.
And this will avoid. It will clear the air as to.
As the court pleases.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
So the question was, after Siabadinga was closed, what happened to Yaku?
What happened to Yaku?
They transferred him back to Cullinan. But there was no discharge forms from Siabadinga to Cullinan.
Yes.
Was Yaku moved from the premises of Siabadinga back to Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Centre?
Come again? What is the question?
Was Yaku moved back from the premises of Siabadinga to Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Centre?
That's what okay, let her respond. I think that's what I understood from her evidence.
Yes, they moved him back to Cullinan.
Okay, thank you. Continue.
Do you know when that happened?
They moved him back on the 19th of July.
Thank you, my lady. During our consultation, you informed me that you visited Yaku again on the 26th day of July 2016. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct.
On which the 26th, ne?
July, that's correct, my lady.
Yes.
On the 26th of July, you went back to CCRC. What happened on that day?
I visited my brother in the waiting room for the guests. And when he arrived, he was he was dirty and he was not clean. He had a smell of urine. Yeah.
Yes.
Did they wait? How long did you have to wait for Yaku before he came to the waiting area?
I waited about half an hour for him, and the ward wasn't so far from the waiting room.
When you visited Yaku, you said he was dirty and he smelled like urine. Was there anything else that bothered you about him on that specific day?
Come again?
When you visited him, you saw that he smelled of urine and he was dirty. Was there anything else that bothered you?
Was there anything else? Yes.
That's correct, my lady.
He have a sore on his arm.
Come again?
He have a sore on his arm. She have a photo of it. Advocate Phyllis.
Yes.
Was there any other marks that you noticed?
There was also a mark on his back. And several times he told me that they hurt him.
He told you that?
They hurt him.
They hurt him, okay.
Yeah.
As a court pleases, my lady, I've requested Ms. Stevenson to assist me, and I would like Ms. Stevenson to assist me. I would like to take a call to page number 3929.
Yes.
Ms. Stevenson, if you can please, can you share that document if possible, please?
3929.
That's correct, my lady. The 3929 is just an email where you forwarded these pictures to the investigating officer. Is that correct? Is it you that sent that email on the 20th of October 2016?
Yes.
Okay. And the GPS Cullinan Detective Commander is the Cullinan Detectives. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you please scroll down? Thank you, Ms. Stevenson. The next page is page number 3930. If you scroll a bit down, there's two photos that you can see there. One of Yaku with his arm on the right-hand side in the middle. Can you see it? My lady, is the court there?
Can the witness identify, or even if you let her identify the photos?
Can you please identify the photo for me on the right-hand side in the middle where you can see Yaku with his arm?
It was that day that I visited him when I saw that mark on his arm, when I took a photo of it.
Which photo is this one?
On the right-hand side of the page, my lady.
Okay.
My lady, with the assistance of Mr. Light, I have forwarded and requested him to download a bigger image of the specific photo that can be found on page 37436 of case lines.
3746, but are we done with this page?
No, not yet, my lady. Thank you.
Can we finish this page first?
Then on that same photo, can you please just identify for me, thank you, Ms. Stevenson, back to page number 3930, please. Just one page down. Okay. Ms. de Villiers, can you please identify for me on the right, on that same page, 3930, the bottom of the page on the right-hand side, the last photo, one page up, thank you, ma'am. There you are. Can you please identify that photo for me?
I took a photo of that mark on his body.
Where
That
was
is a photo of?
Of Yaku Stoll's back.
Is it the one at the bottom?
right?
Yeah.
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 Yes. Okay, so these photos were taken by you on the 26th day of July 2016. Is that correct?
Yes, this is correct.
On which date?
26 July 2016, my lady.
Yes.
Thank you, my lady. On that specific day, was there anything else that you can remember that happened? You visited with Yaku, you saw the marks, and then?
And he told me that somebody hurt him, but he won't tell me the name, because if he tell me the name, I will hurt him again. He was afraid of that. And sometimes he was crying, and he was crying on that day also.
Thank you, Ms. Stevenson. We can go back. I appreciate things. During our consultation, the next visit you had with Yaku was on the 28th of August 2016. Is that correct?
Yes, it is correct. When I noticed his left eye was blue, somebody hurt him on his eye.
His left eye.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can you please tell the court on that specific day if you have noticed anything else about Yaku? Did he seem happy?
He started to look unhappy, and he was also a happy boy with his teddy bear, and that day he complained that they hurt him.
Did you bring Yaku any food on that day?
Yes, I bring him food on that day, and the same story, he eat if he didn't eat for a few days, and he also drink a lot of cold drink.
They also did not?
Maybe if I can request the witness to repeat it in Afrikaans, my lady.
It's fine.
That Debbie can assist.
Ek het vir hom daai dag ook baie kos gevat en koeldrank.
On that day, I took a lot of food and cold drink for him.
Hy was baie honger en dors geweest en het alles verslind.
He was very hungry and very thirsty. He just took everything.
There was something specific that you mentioned that he ate so fast. Can you remember that?
Sometimes he ate so fast that he put the whole bread in his mouth, and afterwards sometimes he vomit because he ate too fast. He was too hungry and he ate too fast.
On the 19th of September 2016, you went there again. Is that correct?
Yes, it is correct. But when I went to him, when I bring him to me, he cried a lot. And he told me, Sandra, I'm not feeling good. They're hurting me and I'm feeling sick. And I could see he was very, very sick. Something was terrible wrong with him.
Yes.
When I decided I can't leave it like that, and I go to the sister of the ward and told her I'm going to take him to the private doctor on Ruyten.
Mm.
I took him to Dr. Lombard at Ruyten, and he examined him. And according to the doctor, my brother was very ill. He was dehydrated. His sugar.
Just hold it there. Yes.
And he lost a lot of weight. His weight on that stage was 36 kilograms.
36.
Yeah, 36. And he was also his
Just
blood.
a second. Yes.
And his blood sugar levels was very high, and it was not so in the past.
Mm.
And the doctor told me he was underfed, didn't have enough. He didn't get enough food, and he was dehydrated.
Yes,
and,
you've mentioned that.
And he wasn't in a good condition. And the doctor also he wasn't in a good condition. His health was not in a good condition.
Okay.
Dr. Lombard?
Just a second, Miss.
Thank you, my lady. I apologize.
Yes.
Dr. Lombard also took photos on that day. Is that correct?
Yes, it is correct.
Can you please tell the court why was it necessary for him to take photos? What did he discover?
He discovered that Yaku was abused. He
discovered that he was
abused.
Mm-hmm.
And he had a lot of marks on his body.
Mm.
You testified that Yaku's blood sugar was very high. Was he a diabetic?
No, he wasn't a diabetic in the past.
Come again?
He wasn't a diabetic in the past.
He was diabetic.
No, he
wasn't. Okay.
Yeah.
Just a second. Miss Foster, do you still have a lot of questions? I see it's almost 11:20. I thought we would finish this witness so that when we resume, cross-examination by the others.
My lady, I'm not finished yet. I won't be that long, but I'm not finished yet. So I will request the court to take the tea adjournment.
No, that's why I'm asking. I wanted to have an idea. I thought we would first finish the witness and take a break later once you are done with this witness.
I'm going to be more of half an hour longer, another half an hour. So if the court wants to adjourn now.
I think it's the opportune time for us to take a tea break. The witness is warned. Ms. De Villiers, you are reminded that you are still under oath. You need not discuss your evidence with anybody else until you finish testifying. Is that clear to you?
Yes, my lady.
Taking this break, you are not going to discuss your evidence with anybody else.
No, yes, my lady.
Okay, thank you very much. I think it's we will resume at 11:35. Thank you very much.
May it please the court, my lady.
As the court pleases, my lady, we are here.
Thank you, Mrs. de Villiers. You are reminded that you are still under oath. You may proceed, Ms. Foster.
Thank you, my lady. Mr. Villiers, just to pick up where we left off, I asked you if Yaku was a diabetic and you said no, not previously. Can you please tell the court, was there any reason provided to you why his sugar was so high?
Just a second.
He didn't get enough nutrition and fluids. And his mouth was very...
Just a second, Ms. Foster. The question is, were you provided any reason or... Yes, were you provided any reason as to why his sugar was high?
The doctor told me it's because of malnutrition and
because of
malnutrition, and he didn't get enough fluids.
Continue.
You also testified that his mouth was very dry. Is that correct?
His mouth was?
Very dry.
Yes.
The doctor that you received this information from, was that Dr. Lombard?
Yes, it is correct.
Continue.
Dr. Lombard, how long has he known Yaku?
He known Yaku for about 18 years because he was a doctor of Cullinan in the past.
Yes.
After he has examined Yaku, you testified that he took photos of him. Is that correct?
Yes, it is correct.
Ms. Stevens, can we please go back to page number 3930? If you can please share it on the screen, I might appreciate that. Thank you, Ms. Stevenson. Ma'am, I would like Ms. Stevenson, to just scroll a bit down so that you can see the first three photos on the top of the page. Can you please identify those three photos for me from left to right?
Just a second. Yes, Ms. de Villiers.
The first photo was something on his back. It was a bruised mark.
Which one now? The first photo from which side?
From the left. From the left.
Mm-hmm.
And the middle photo is...
Just a second. In the first photo from the left, what is it?
It is also a bruise mark or somebody hurt him on his back. It was still red.
Yes.
And the middle photo is also a bruise mark on his back. I don't know what happened there. And the last photo was something hurt him at the back of his ear. I don't know what it is. If somebody scratched it, or I don't know. And he was so thin there. He's only a human being, and I treat him like a dog.
Just a second. Yes.
These three photos, were they taken by Dr. Lombard?
Yes.
Ms. Stevenson, may I kindly request you to just scroll a bit down so that we can see the middle two photos? The photo on the left-hand side, was that also a photo taken by Dr. Lombard?
Yes.
Yes, continue.
And then the last photo on the bottom on the left-hand side. Ms. Stevenson, if you can please scroll a bit down. Thank you. Photo on the left-hand side. Can you please explain to the court what part of Yaku's body is that?
The one on the last one on the left.
That's correct, my lady.
It was his butt. I get a feeling that he was raped.
That he was raped.
Yes.
Yes.
Was that photo also taken by Dr. Lombard?
That photo I took.
Yes.
Was it also taken on the 19th of September, 2016?
Yes.
Yes.
After consultation of Dr. Lombard on the 19th of September 2016, did he provide him with any medicine?
Yes, he prescribed a prescription for him and also a letter that if he didn't get better, they must admit him at the hospital.
Thank you, Ms. Stevenson.
Just hold it there.
Dis my camera weg. Dis nie dit.
Continue.
That's good. Please, my lady. Ms. Sen, can I please ask you to direct the court to page number 30784?
Sorry, my lady, to interrupt.
I'm listening.
Lady, and this is just for the sake of clarity. My learned friend indicated earlier she showed exactly these same photos as having been taken by the witness. Now, the indication is the same photos have been taken by the doctor except for the one referring to the buttocks.
Which photo is that?
Lady, the photos we've just been shown on page 3930.
Yes, I'm on that page.
Yes. Earlier in the examination of my learned friend, she referred to these same photos, and it was
the first photo on the right, I think. Am I correct?
Lady, that's what I'm raising this issue now to prevent any confusion.
Yes, I'm listening. Continue.
Maybe more convenient if my learned friend or our learned friend could indicate from left to right, photo 1, name it photo 1A1 or...
Even if these photos were numbered, it's a confusion to say photo on the left, photo on the right. I don't know.
That's correct, my lady. So, initially the indication was these photos had been taken, they were presented and they had been taken by the witness. Now it appears, now the indication is the photos have been taken by the doctor, or certain of the photos, and one at least at left at the bottom, as if I remember correctly, was by the witness herself. But to prevent confusion on the record, my lady, I think I would suggest that the photos be identified properly, and I presume they're going to be presented as exhibits for the record, my lady.
Miss
Maybe to identify that just
Miss Foster.
My lady, the only person who's creating confusion at this stage is Advocate Pienaar. I clearly left the evidence on that on the 27th of July 2016, 2 photos were taken by this witness. The one was on the middle on the right-hand side, and the other one was the last photo on the right-hand side. Now I'm leaving the evidence of the photos on the other side, which was taken by Dr. Lombard on the 19th of September. So the evidence was very clear and there's no confusion. It's not that something she said previously and now she's changing a story, because the evidence was left properly, and if Mr. Pienaar listened to the evidence, he would have noticed that. This is already a document contained in the case docket. That's why I asked Mr. Stevenson to reflect it and share the page so that there will not be any confusion. So I would appreciate, Mr. Pienaar, if you can listen to the evidence, because now we have wasted another 5 minutes on an irrelevant.
If he doesn't understand, he has to raise the issues. It could have slipped his mind, but we shouldn't talk emotions here. Let's try to assist each other. Yeah, I just want to know: is it not proper just to number them properly so that?
Can do that. It's not a problem, my lady.
Let's continue, but let them be numbered so that when the others cross-examine, a proper numbered or properly identified document, like for each of the photos, even if we say A, B, C, D or whatever, photo number 1, photo number 2, so that there shouldn't be any confusion.
My lady, I will ask the evidence leaders to assist me in this. I don't know how we are going to number it on an already submitted document. Maybe I can print it out and number it again and ask them to submit it.
Yes, something.
We will do that if that can create. But
yes.
It's the point is now, are we on the same page? That the
we can just proceed now, but let it be done properly at a later stage. Even if it's possible, if it can be done today, it's better so that it can be identified while the witness is still in the stand. Thank you very much. Now you have referred us to page. Before I go there, Mr. Pienaar, do you want to say something before I close this?
May it please the court, my lady. I had no objection to my learned friend's manner of presenting her evidence, except to point out that it would be convenient if the documentation or the photos are properly identified and presented. It would also prevent confusion in future, whoever is to follow.
Yes.
And face to the record, my lady. So in that regard, the running of emotions by my learned friend, I would suggest could be curbed.
Okay.
There was no objection per se to her, the evidence she's presenting, my lady.
Okay, thank you very much.
May it please the court, my lady.
Mr. Late, is it possible to assist so that these photos can be properly identified? But we're going to proceed now with the evidence. I don't know when will this be done so that there shouldn't be any confusion.
The only matter in which it can be done is as Ms. Foster said, that it must be printed out and numbered and then scanned in again.
I'm just asking if that can be done maybe by 2 o'clock.
If she's got a color printed and print it out, and scan it in and send it to me, I will number it and put it in on case lines.
Okay, please do that as soon as you can, Ms. Foster. Let's proceed.
Thank you, my lady.
Yes. Should we go to this page 30784?
That's correct, my lady. 30784.
Yes, we are there.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, sorry, now it's my fault. I assumed Ms. Stevenson will assist us. I just want to show the document. Oh, thank you. Oh, Ms. Stevenson, please assist us. Page number 30784, if you can direct me. Okay. 0784. Okay. Okay. Ma'am, can you please identify this document for me? It's a document with the name Dr. Dion Lombard. Then it states the Monday, September 19, 2016 is the date on this document. I'm just going to read it in, maybe it might make it easier. It says Ray, Mr. Yakuza's date of birth, Wednesday, January 6, 1965, the cell phone number, that medical aid is a private patient. And then the letter is addressed to the sister in charge, CCRC. Do you see that?
Yes, yes.
Then it says the above patient has been evaluated by me. He is clinically dehydrated, 20% due to vomiting. His general condition is deteriorating. His blood sugar is 11.8. I'm treating him with rehydrate and glucose medication. Please attend to patient and treat him accordingly. If the vomiting continues, he needs to be admitted, please, with IV infusion, and then it's signed. Is this the document that you have testified about that Dr. Lombard wrote to the to CCRC, to the nurse at CCRC?
Yes, it is correct.
Continue.
Thank you, my lady. Did you take Yaku back to CCRC on the 19th of September after he visited the doctor?
Yes, I took him back on that day and took him back to the ward. When I came to the ward,
Just a second, please. Yes, you took him back, and what happened?
When I came to the ward, I want to go with him in the ward, but he can go to lie on his bed. And when the sister pushed me out and told me, no, I can't come in.
Just
And I
hold
told,
it. Just hold it. Yes.
and she told me I'm not allowed to come into the ward. And I asked her why, but she can't give me an answer. And I gave her the medicine.
Yes.
I gave her the letter from the doctor with the medicine. And I told her that Jaco is very ill and she must keep me up to date of his health. And it didn't happen.
Yes.
Were you surprised when the sister refused you entry into the ward?
Yes, I was surprised because I didn't know what's going on here. And something in my mind told me something is not lekker inside.
It's not nice inside.
No, it's not nice inside. Something is wrong inside the ward.
Yeah, continue.
Was it the first time that you were refused access to the ward where Yaku slept?
There was a few times, but this time they totally refused me to went into the room, into the wards.
Yes.
Thank you, my lady. After this incident, when you took Yaku to the doctor and you went back to CCRC, you again went to visit him with your husband on the 24th of September 2016. Is that correct?
Yes, it is correct.
Just hold it there.
Can you please tell the court what did you find when you went to visit him on the 24th of September 2016?
We're still again waiting about half an hour for him, and when they brought him in with a wheelchair.
Just hold it there. Yes.
I was so shocked because he looks very, very ill, and it was a week after I took him to the doctor.
Thank you. Just a second. Continue.
When I went to the sisters, there was two sisters in a sick bay. It was near.
Just before you proceed, can you just check the way you are seated? We can't see you properly. I don't know. You are now okay. Continue, Ms. Dibilas, but Ms. Foster, just check your positions.
So I talked to two sisters there in a sick bay, and I asked them why are my brother looking so badly? He's in a wheelchair. And I was very upset, and they told me I mustn't be emotional. And I told them, it is my brother.
Just hold it there. Yes.
And she told me I mustn't be emotional, and I said to her, but if it is your child, you would feel the same. And I went back to my brother, and he had no slippers on his feet.
He was?
He had no shoes on his feet.
Okay, just
Slippers.
Yes. And then?
And when he told me he didn't feel well, and I gave him some food, but I could see he wasn't so hungry because he was sick.
Continue.
Thank you, my lady. Mr. Villiers, do you know if they have provided him with the medicine prescribed by Dr. Lombard?
No, I didn't have him the medicine that the doctor described.
What is the response?
I didn't give him the medicine.
Okay, just hold it there. Continue.
How do you know that they did not give him the medicine?
He didn't get better, and they told me that Doctor of Cullinan have to describe a prescription for the patients there, not a private doctor. And I asked him why, and they told me that Doctor of Cullinan is only once a week at Cullinan. But Yaku was so ill, he can't wait a week for the doctor to come and see him.
Yes.
Yaku was then eventually taken to Mamelodi Hospital on the 26th of September 2016. Is that correct?
Yes, it is correct.
My lady, that information can be found on page number 3964 of the record.
Continue.
Did they inform you that they were going to take Yaku to the hospital?
Yes, they informed me, and I also went to the hospital, and the doctor, they put him on a drip at
Just a second, Ms. De Villas, please answer the question. Were you informed? Yes.
Yes, yes,
If Ms. Foster wants you to explain anything, she will tell you.
Come on, lady.
So they informed you that they were taking him to the hospital?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Foster?
Did you also go to the hospital on that day?
Yes, I went to the hospital on that day.
Yes.
Did you find Yaku there?
Yes, he was at casualty.
What was his condition?
He was still dehydrated, and I only gave him IV drip and sent him back.
Back to where?
CCO, Cullinan.
So they gave him only a drip?
Yes.
On the 3rd of October 2016, you
Which
phoned
date now?
3 October, my lady, 2016.
Continue.
You phoned CCRC, is that correct?
Yes, it's correct.
What was the reason for the call?
I called him to know how my brother is doing.
Yes.
Did they provide you with information? What did they tell you?
They told me that Jaco is fine and he's no longer in a wheelchair and he's much better now.
Yes.
When you found the ward, was it in the morning or in the afternoon?
It was in the morning.
And when you found the ward, did they immediately knew who you were referring to as Yaku Stores?
In the first place, I don't know
Come
where
again.
When you contacted them, were they aware of who Yaku Stores was when you inquired about his status?
Now they told me I can't find him in ward
That was
A.
now the following day.
No, the same day, my lady.
Same day.
Okay. Yes, they told you what?
They told me that I can't find him in ward A, and I told him now I must look in ward B because there wasn't a telephone there. And they came back to me and told me now.
That's the second. Then came back to you and said,
He's neither in the other ward. So I asked him, how can it be possible? My brother must be there.
yes.
When I told him, how can it be? My brother must be in either the A ward or the B ward. And so I was very upset about it. And
What happened?
there was a confusion between the staff members. I don't know what.
Yes.
But then at the end of the day, they informed you that he's out of a wheelchair, he's eating again, and he's much better. Is that correct?
Yes.
Continue.
What happened later that day?
Later that day, I get a call again from Cullinan, and I told me that my brother is very ill. We are going to take him to the hospital. And I asked him, but why? You told me
Just a
this.
second. Continue.
And I asked him why, because this morning I called and you told me he was better and he's out of the wheelchair, and all of a sudden now he's sick again. What is happening there? And they told me they are going to take him to the hospital.
Okay, just hold it there. Continue.
Yaku was then admitted at Mamelodi Hospital on the 3rd of October. Is that correct?
Yes, it's correct.
Continue.
I would like to refer the court to page number 3975.
Yes.
This form is the admission form. It's from Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Centre to the Superintendent of Mamelodi. And I would like to read the following to you: the clinical history and results of the special investigations. It's just under the word diagnosis, my lady. Is the court with me?
Yes.
The clinical history of the hospital was recorded as follows. Mental health care user has a history of vomiting brownish color substance for the past plus minus 4 weeks, though on medication. Dr. Kanashi arranged for him to be seen at SOPD Mamelodi Hospital with Dr. Mbava. Then the BP is 105/91, pulse 95, respiratory is 70 and temperature 36.3 degrees. And then it says, reason for the transfer, mental health care user keep on vomiting. Do you agree that that was the clinical find or the clinical history that was provided by Mamelodi Hospital on the 3rd of October?
Yes.
Continue, Miss.
Thank you, my lady. Yaku was admitted at Mamelodi Hospital on the 3rd, and he died in Mamelodi Hospital on the 14th of October. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct.
Can you please explain to the court? Sorry, my lady.
He died on the 14th, no?
Yes, that's correct, my lady.
Continue.
Thank you, my lady. Mr. Villiers, on the day, did you also go to the hospital on the 3rd of October, 2016?
Yes, I went to the hospital and Yaku was there, one of the Cullinan nurses. And she told me I can't find his file.
They can't find his
File.
phone
File.
His file.
or his file, okay?
Patient file.
Yes.
What happened then?
I told the nurse, but why didn't you ask for the file? No, she say no, about on the way back to Cullinan. And I told her, you can't go back to Cullinan, my brother is very ill. And I went to the consulting rooms there. And
Yes.
I went to the consulting rooms there, but there was a lot of patients waiting.
It is now at Mamelodi Hospital.
Yes, yes. When I opened one of the doctor's room and I asked if I can please help me because my brother is very ill. And the doctor was so nice. He helped me and took Yaku in and put him immediately on a drip.
Okay, just hold it there. Continue.
And the doctor told me I must be admitted immediately and admit him in the surgical ward.
Yes, continue.
Was there any reason why Yaku was not admitted in the ICU ward?
Dr. Nadia told me no, I have not place for a patient like him because they give voorkeur to patients who have a life ahead. Because
Can you
he,
assist us with Miss Matebe?
Lady, if I may assist, preference.
You want to assist?
Yes, my lady, voorkeur, that the witness used, the English is preference, my lady.
Oh, yes, voorkeur. Okay.
That is preference.
You say, what did Dr. Nodia say?
there is no place for him in ICU. Rather take patients in, ladies who are pregnant or young people who have a life ahead of them. But the message that I get is my brother's life is not important enough. He can die.
Continue.
Was he ever admitted to the ICU ward during the period from the 3rd of October until the 14th of October when he passed away?
No.
Continue.
On the 9th of October, you visited him at Mamelodi Hospital, is that correct?
Yes.
And you were with your brother,
Yes.
the younger brother,
Yes.
or the remaining brother?
Continue.
On page 0 of 4014, my lady, the incident that happened on that day is recorded. Therefore, I will lead Mr. Villiers on the incident. On the 9th of October 2016, you went to the hospital and you were very upset. And an incident occurred there between your brother, yourself, and the nursing staff regarding the condition Yaku was in. Is that correct?
Yes.
Just hold it there. Continue.
Why were you so upset on that day?
I was upset because I told her sister he must be in ICU. He's very, very, very sick. He's very ill.
The portion that I want to refer the court to on page 4014 is on the middle of the page. The notes made by the sister. Patient condition.
Can I go to that page?
Yes, thank you, my lady. 4014.
Yes.
The nurse made a note on that page saying that the patient condition was critical since admission. Will you agree with that?
Yes.
During consultation, you described to me what you witnessed, how Yaku's mouth was. Can you please explain that to the court?
His mouth.
Just hold it there, please. Continue.
His mouth was very dry and it was black inside his mouth. And his lips was burst like with dryness.
Do you know why his mouth was black?
Just hold it then. Response?
His mouth was black because they told me, the sister there say it was he had cancer, and it was a lie. It's not cancer. The autopsy don't show it.
They said it was
Cancer, the sister, but they don't test him for cancer.
Continue.
Were you later informed what the real reason was why his mouth was so black?
It was also dehydration.
Continue.
Was he still vomiting at that stage?
No, not yet.
Thank you, my lady. I would like to refer the court then to page...
Please.
The court pleases.
Page.
4025, my lady.
Yes.
At the bottom of the page, the date is the 10th of October 2016.
At the bottom.
That's correct, my lady.
The last entry of 1900 hours.
1930, my lady. It says 1930.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Villiers, the nurse noted on the 10th of October at 1930 that the patient is not progressing in health. The status of the patient is very weak and bedridden. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
On page 4026 at 11 October, my lady, at 800 hours.
Yes.
The nurse noted, took over from night staff, condition still not well, it's worsening, looks chronically ill. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Continue.
And the last page that I want to refer you to is page 4027 at 12 October 2016, 06:55, my lady.
Yes, continue.
Condition still not improving.
Yes.
And then, how were you informed on the 14th of October that Yaku passed away?
They called me at half past 12 that morning.
Yes.
My lady, I would like to refer the court to page number 4032. There's an entry in the hospital records 14 October 2016 at 21:30.
4032, yes.
Informed that at 2100 hours the patient has demised.
4032.
That's correct, my lady.
Thank you.
So from Yaku's admission on the 3rd of October until he passed away on the 14th of October, there was no improvement in his condition. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Continue.
Can you please describe to the court how did you feel when they informed you Yaku had passed away?
Just hold it there. Response?
I feel an emptiness in my heart, and it feels like if somebody cut a hole out of my heart. It was so sad. I can't describe that feeling.
Continue.
How was the relationship between you and Yaku? How would you describe it?
We were very close.
Continue.
And if you have to describe to the court what kind of person Yaku was, how would you describe him?
He was
There.
my lady.
Yes, I see there's a hand by Miss Govender.
My lady, my apologies for interrupting. The witness looks visibly upset. Could we perhaps give her a short break? She's crying and...
Yes, I wanted to do that, but I wasn't sure that Miss Foster would allow it. Miss Foster, can she take a break now, or will she be able to continue?
My lady, she indicated that she's fine to continue.
Okay, thank you.
Lady, thank you, Ms. Governor. I appreciate that. I can't remember my last question.
The question was, you wanted her to describe the kind of person Yaku was.
Indeed so, my lady.
He was a very lovable person, and they always want to give love, and he was just a kind person, and he was satisfied with the small things in life, and he loved his teddy bear oortjies. He loved it. He loved his teddy bear. He named
Yes.
Yeah.
The teddy bear named Orkis.
Yes.
My lady, I would like Ms. Stevenson to please assist me again to go to page 3931 and share it on the screen. Ms. Stevenson, if you can. 3931. That's correct, my lady. Mr. Villiers, can you please identify on the first photo on the left-hand side, there's a gentleman sitting, the lady next to him. Can you please identify to the court who that is?
It was Yaku and myself. It was on his birthday.
And the photo next to the two of you, so it will be the first photo in the first row in the middle.
It was the same day with his birthday.
And who's sitting in Yaku's lap?
It was, you have two teddy bears. One's name was Orkis and one's name was Baby. And this one was Baby.
And then the last photo in the first line, the third photo?
That's also Yaku with Orkis.
During consultation, you told me why did he have two teddy bears, two soft toys?
He loved them both, and every time when I come and visit him, he gave me that one to wash. And when I came back the next time, I took the other one and washed the other one.
Ms. Stevenson, may I please ask you to just scroll a bit down so that we can see the middle photos? On the middle row, there's a photo in the middle. Yaku is having something on his lap. Can you please describe to the court what is that?
He also have a bag on his neck, and he put all the valuable things in that bag that is valuable for him, like a small bookie or a tape or a pen or a paper. He asks for everybody who comes there, he asks a bookie or a paper or a tape. And he put it in there because he's afraid that somebody will take it from him. And it was the most precious things in his life.
Yes.
Then the last thing about Yaku, can you please tell the court what was his favorite song? Did he like to sing?
Amazing Grace.
Thank you, Ms. Steve. Just for authentication, you took these photos, is that correct?
Yes.
And it's also you that supplied these photos to the investigating officer, is
yes,
that correct?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Stevenson. Yaku has passed away, did you open a case at the SAPD or SAPS? I apologize.
Yes, I did.
Is that Cullinan CAS 157 of 10 of 2016? Maybe, my lady, I'm just showing her the document. Maybe it's better to show a statement. Oh, sorry.
Just on the page.
3923. I'm just showing her original statement. I will now go through the statement just so that you can see the Cullinan and the CAS number. Do you agree that that is the CAS number that we've opened at the SAPS?
Yes.
Why did you go and open a case at the police station?
I want to open a case so that I can investigate in his cause of his death. I must do an autopsy.
Yes.
My lady, I will hand in all the documents later on. I do not think it's a point of contention. The body of Yaku was taken from Mamelodi Hospital by the pathology forensic laboratory on the 24th of October 2016.
That's the same. From which date?
It was the body of the deceased was
Yes.
taken on the 24th of October 2016
To where?
to the forensic laboratory for the pathology, so, for the post-mortem to be conducted. Do you agree?
Yes.
Continue.
The post-mortem was done on the 26th of October 2016. Is that correct?
Yes.
Continue.
After you have opened a case at the South African Police Service, and up until today, have you ever been consulted with by the National Prosecuting Authority?
No.
Continue, Miss Foster.
Do you know who Mr. Light is?
Come again?
Do you know who Mr. Lloyd is?
No, I didn't know him.
Continue.
Have you ever been consulted with by the Department of Health?
No.
Continue.
Have you ever received any feedback regarding the finding of the post-mortem?
No, not yet. Until today, I don't know what was.
Continue.
As good, please, my lady. My lady, I would like to take the court to page number. I apologize if we just get my page numbers. I want to take the court to 23 September 2016. Okay, that will be on page number 3. 961. I apologize. It's 25 September, my lady.
Page
3961. At 25 September, the last entry after 7.
just a second. 25 September.
That's correct, my lady.
And the entry of which time?
7 o'clock, my lady.
Yes, continue.
It was indicated that Yaku vomited. Did anybody inform you about that?
No.
Just hold it there. Continue.
On the 23rd of November,
Page
page number 3960, my lady.
which date?
The 22nd of September, my lady.
Yes, but this is on the same page.
No, it's 3960. The previous one was 3961.
What about this page?
It says that he was not supposed to be given any food, kept no per ons, I think is how we pronounce it, on the last line. Can the court see that? The note made.
I don't know what you're to. We've got 2 entries here. Is it one entry? Because I see the time is the same. 6 o'clock.
That's correct, my lady.
User still sleeping, and then
user slept well last night.
User slept well last night, and except what? Vomited.
Yes.
Yes, and then you wanted. Okay, you can put one.
Okay, so vital signs were observed, and it was indicated that he's not supposed to get any food or drink. That kept no per ons, if the last line, if I interpret it correctly. So he vomited on the 22nd. Were you informed about this?
No, they didn't inform me.
Continue.
On the 23rd page, number 3959, my lady. In the morning, it's not very clear. It seems like 7 o'clock, the first line.
Which date now? This
23 September. Oh, yeah.
Yes.
The third line from the top, it says that the medical healthcare user was received from night staff. The medical healthcare user was observed. I can't make out that word before observed, because the night staff reported that he was continuously crying.
My lady?
Yes, Mr. Leet?
My lady, I don't want to unnecessarily interrupt Mrs. Foster's examination of this witness, but where are we going with this? How is this court going to assist whether she was informed of each and every aspect of the deceased's hospitalization? How is this going to assist the court in finding who was responsible for the death? Well, is Mr. Foster going to argue at the end of the case that a hospital has to inform a family member of each and everything that happened in a hospital with a patient? I don't think so. And even if it is so, then where is it taking us? It's wasting time, really.
Miss Foster?
My lady, I'm perturbed by the reaction of Mr. Light, because the evidence already laid before this court is that he was vomiting for 4 weeks non-stop. And his own sister has never been informed. So I'm pointing out to the court, in the records itself, it shows that he has been vomiting for 4 weeks. He lost 12 kilograms in 4 weeks. He was so dehydrated. So how can somebody not be held responsible if a medical healthcare user who cannot fend for himself, who cannot feed for himself, who cannot look after himself, has been vomiting for 4 weeks and nobody took him to the hospital to secure his medical attendance to his condition? I will argue that.
Really, Ms. Foster should leave her comments to be that of a legal practitioner. I wasn't objecting to the fact that this information comes before the court, because it is before the court. It is part of the records before this court. It is before this court that this patient has been vomiting for 4 weeks. But why ask this witness about that? Whether she was informed or not informed is not going to assist this court in coming to a finding who caused this person's death. I was never complaining about the court having knowledge about that. I was complaining because Mrs. Foster is wasting
the evidence is already on record.
It's on record. She's wasting this court's time by asking whether this person was informed about that.
Ms. Foster, can't you leave that for argument? The evidence has been sufficiently canvassed. It is on admitted on the. He was now admitted on the 3rd, isn't it? There was a day where he went to the hospital. They just gave him a drip and sent him back. That is the evidence. Then from the issue now relates to the vomiting, this continuous vomiting of 4 weeks. My question is this her evidence or the evidence on record that she was vomiting for 4 weeks? Now my question is, was it during that period while he was admitted at the hospital between the 3rd to the 4th, or was it prior to then? That was after he was taken to Dr. Lombard.
It was prior, my lady, and I've already pointed the document from the hospital out to the court where the hospital...
No. Please answer my question. We have got that. Let's not confuse.
Okay, that's fine.
That is
then
what
you've
I
got the
wanted.
evidence and you can continue.
So the vomiting, talking about it having started, continued even after he was taken to the doctor.
No.
Yes, must clarify me then.
So from the 3rd of October, 4 weeks prior to the 3rd of October, the vomiting.
No, that's fine. It's clear. Okay.
Oh, thank you very much, my lady. Okay, I'm finished with that line of press of leading the witness.
You have to finish. We are left with it's now a few minutes before 1 o'clock.
Is handed in as an exhibit before this court? No. My lady, I don't know if I remember correctly. I understood that we are with exhibit N for Nelly. Am I correct? I think we must start with O, if I'm not mistaken.
Mr. Late, I think we ended at M for Mary, if I'm correct.
That part of the record, that part of the arbitration hearing is already part of the record.
Yes.
The whole arbitration hearing is part of the record.
Why do you have to hand it in, Miss Foster?
My lady, because the court has not given judgment on the objection raised by Mr. Pienaar, so I would prefer to do it properly and correctly so that there will not be any objection later on that the court must disregard this evidence as pro non scripto. So I would like to, in my witness's evidence, to be form part and be marked as an exhibit before the arbitration hearing.
Can I hear you?
My lady, it's not necessary. It's common sense that the court cannot ignore it because the witness has testified about it. Can it just be said that her testimony on those pages of Exhibit 1 that's already handed in?
Miss Foster?
My lady, if the court has given judgment on the objection raised by Mr. Pienaar, I would have felt better.
I don't think it's necessary. I've just given a ruling. I don't think it's necessary. That forms part of the arbitration record that was previously handed in.
As the court pleases, so if we can just then note that this witness evidence was under oath from page 23446 to 23471, and that she acknowledged the content of her evidence.
Thank you very much, Ms. Foster.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. My lady, then I would like to refer to Judge Muzaneke's judgment on page 22305, paragraph 7, 22305.
This was an arbitration award, not a judgment. Thank you.
As the court pleases. In the summary of his finding, paragraph 70.
This is from 22305 to?
It's only paragraph 70 and 71, my lady.
Paragraph 70.
That's correct, my lady.
And 71.
That's correct, my lady.
What about them?
My lady, I want to present these paragraphs to the witness to see if she agrees with the finding made by Judge Mutseneke. I'll be very quick and then I'll be finished.
Just before then, let me ask. I see there was have you raised your hand, Mr.
What's the relevance of this, my lady? The judgment has been given. Whether she agrees with it or doesn't agree with it, it's of no consequence whatsoever.
My lady, it's not an agreement with the judgment. It's a summary of the evidence given by Mr. Villiers, which makes it very relevant to these proceedings.
So you want her to agree with the testimony that she has given? Is that testimony not contained? Okay, is that not that summary? Is it not a summary of the evidence that she gave at the arbitration, which is contained in the very pages 23446 to 23471? I'm just asking.
No, my lady, it's a summary thereof. But
as summarized by the judge.
If the court will not allow me to read it into the record.
No, it's fine. I'm asking, can we deal with this thing as the court wants to understand why you are doing what you're doing? I'm asking these questions you are not answering. You are already predicting what the court is going to say. And the court has not yet given a ruling.
I'm listening, my lady.
I was asking a question. I don't even remember now where I was. I'm asking you. You are saying this is a summary of the evidence, right? Mr. Sibara, just a second, please. So you are saying to me, I'm asking whether this is a summary of the evidence that you say is the summary of the evidence by the witness as summarized by Judge Musaneki.
That's correct, my lady.
Yes. Now my question is, even if this is a summary, is it not contained in this pages 23446 to 23471?
That might be so, my lady, but that was her testimony. That's not her take on what the summary was made by Justice Musaneke.
You can continue to read it into the record.
My lady.
But before I allow that, I saw there was a hand by Mr. Sibara. Mr. Sibara?
Yeah, my lady, I just wanted to request my late colleague, Advocate Foster, to cool down a bit and leave a bit of emotions. And I know she's very passionate, but sometimes she's interposing the court, and I can see she's very passionate. And just cool down a bit. Thanks, my lady.
No, that has been done. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, Mrs. Iboro. You know me too well. But there's something that I think we must just all remember. And the reason for these inquests is for family members like Mr. Villiers to find closure. So I've got instructions how to present her evidence, and I just want to follow my instructions. So if I get interrupted the whole time, it makes it very difficult to comply with what we are here to do. So at the end of the day, I just want to present the evidence. I told the court what I'm going to do, and I promise it's the second last thing. So just grant me the opportunity to lead the evidence as the way. I cannot be dictated to how I want to lead my evidence of my witness.
We understand that, but it is not all the instructions of a client that you take. You must also do what the court wants you to do. If other things are not relevant, the court will have to intervene. Mr. Late, I saw your hand.
Yes, my lady. It's not necessary to read the court judgment into the record. Firstly, it is part of the record. Secondly, this court is not bound by anything that Judge Moseneke has said in his judgment. So
it's fine. Let's hear her. She can read it.
Thank you, my lady.
She can read that.
Thank you, my lady. Judge Moseneke,
I don't know how big those paragraphs are.
Very small, my lady. It's very small. It's 2 paragraphs.
In any event, they are part of the record. You can do that.
Thank you, my lady. Paragraph 70 says, Mr. Yakuza has been a patient of Cullinan Centre for 18 years. Prior to being transferred to Siabadinga, a new non-governmental organisation was in the premises of Cullinan Centre. His sister, Mr. Villiers, narrated the circumstances at Siabadinga. They included the lack of food, medicine, proper care, and the failure of the department to inform and consult her on the decisions to close Siabadinga and to transfer Mr. Sauls back to Cullinan Centre. Paragraph 71. His physical condition deteriorated to such an extent that they had to take him to a private doctor who instructed the nurses at Cullinan Centre that he needed to be admitted to hospital if his condition did not improve. Medical records show that he was vomiting a brownish colour substance for 4 weeks and had lost 14 kilograms in just 2 weeks. During cross-examination, Ms. Manaka, a nurse at Cullinan Centre, confirmed that Mr. Sauls displayed symptoms of internal bleeding and the urgent need for such a patient to be admitted to hospital immediately. Mr. Villiers received no sympathy from the staff when she inquired about her brother's wellness. She said she was physically prevented from entering the ward where her brother slept. When she phoned to inquire about her brother's condition, she was told that there was no patient by the name of Yakuza. She explained how she had to intervene to ensure that her brother was admitted to hospital and how she was informed that he was severely dehydrated and underfed and that his condition was critical. An autopsy was performed, but she never received the findings, nor did the South African Police Service in Cullinan revert to her over the formal charge that she has laid at Cullinan Police Station. Mr. Villiers, do you agree with the summary made by Judge Moseneke about your testimony in the arbitration award?
Yes, I agree.
Thank you, my lady.
Next one.
Thank you, my lady. I just want to hand in the other documents. Ms. Villiers, you testified that you have made a statement at the SAPS. Can you please confirm on page number 3923 to 3925 if this is the statement that you have made? And if
can you give me those pages? 3923 to 3925.
That's correct, my lady.
That is a statement, yes?
That's correct, my lady. The statement that you made in Cullinan CAS 157 of 10, 2016. And with the leave of the court, I would like to hand this statement in as an exhibit.
Mr. Late, what was the number of the exhibits that we had? I think the last one we were at M for Mary, if I'm not mistaken. Where is Miss Marriott?
That's correct, my lady. We should go now to N for November.
To?
N for November.
The photos that start from 3930 to 3931. Thank you.
Thank you, my lady. The letter that was referred to by Dr. Lombard, I will formally hand it in tomorrow. That appears on page number 30784. But we can hand that in tomorrow.
That is on which page?
30784. That is the letter that was written by Dr. Lombard to CCRC, to the nurse.
What about it now?
I can hand it in tomorrow when Dr. Lombard testifies.
Oh, okay. Mr. Late?
Yes, lady.
Yes. She's talking about the letter that the witness had just referred to.
Yes, I understand.
It's not part of the record.
What is the page number again?
No, it is part of the record, 30784.
Yes, no, it's part of the record, really, madam.
Thank you, Mr. Knight.
She can only refer to the letter when the witness testifies, but it's part of the record.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. de Villiers, my last question to you is, what is your expectation regarding this process?
I feel that there must be justice for the people who did this. And I feel every life is valuable. Doesn't matter what you own, what color you are, but especially this people are very special people in life. They're also human beings, and they also have a place in the world. So I only want justice. Is all that I want.
Thank you.
Thank you, my lady. That will conclude my evidence of Mr. Villiers.
Ms. de Villiers, thank you very much. We're going to take the lunch break. I see it's almost 1:15. It means we will resume at 2:15. You are reminded that you are not yet finished with your evidence. There are a number of colleagues of Ms. Foster and the court who might ask you questions in cross-examination in relation to your evidence.
My lady, can I, if we come back, I'll excuse myself and only the witness will appear. Will that be in order?
Yes, but you must wait for me to finish, isn't it?
I apologize. I sincerely apologize.
Do you understand, Ms. de Villiers?
Yes, my lady.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Ms. Foster, you'll excuse yourself. We're going to take the lunch break now. Let's resume at 1:15. Thank you very much.
As your ladyship pleases.
May it please the court, my lady.
Mr. Foster has finished cross-examining the witness. Who is next? Mr. Ward Pringle, or is it Mr. Martin?
Lady, we have no questions for this witness. Thank you.
Miss Govender?
My lady, I have one question for the witness. I'd just like to take her ladyship into my confidence as to what I'd like to ask before her ladyship makes a determination on whether I may ask the question.
Yes.
My lady, Ms. Foster said that the evidence from the arbitration, which we know forms part of the record, must be read in as an exhibit, and I know there was a debate. But there is one mention of my client, Ms. Matlangu, in the transcript, and I'd just like to clarify the issue concerning my client as per the transcript.
You can do that.
As the court pleases. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, although there was a funny sound, but I think it has stopped now.
My lady, I don't believe Mr. Villiers can hear me.
I can
Ms.
hear,
Villiers?
I can hear you now.
Okay, good afternoon, ma'am. My name is Tennille Govender. I am counsel for Ms. Matlangu, the former MEC. Firstly, my sincere condolences on the passing of your brother. I would like to take you to page 2345 of the record, please.
2345. 3345.
2345.
Is there anybody assisting the witness there?
Yes, my lady.
Okay.
My apologies. If 23454.
I'm surprised. That's why I asked. 23454.
That's good.
Yes.
Mr. Villiers, are you there?
Three, 454.
Yes, I'm on a page.
Yes, you'll see from about line 4, you refer to a document ELA 10, and that is a letter that was written to Ms. Matlangu, Dr. Celebano, and Dr. Manamela. You can take a moment to read the page and then confirm that that is correct, please.
There was a letter from Peter de Jager. Letter from Peter de Jager.
That's right. That's right. And that letter is, I don't need you to go there now, ma'am. You can stay on your transcript, but just for record purposes, that letter is at page 30277. Okay? And if you see there, it was Advocate Groenewald who was asking you the questions, and then the page over, that's page 23455, you are asked whether the department responded to the letter, and you say no, they did not. Do you see that?
Yeah, yes.
All right. Now, the letter in question, so now you can go to page 30277, please. So the letter in question is dated 28 June 2016.
Just a second, let me get the page.
Apologies, my lady.
Yes, continue.
So, the letter in question was attached to an email dated 28 June 2016. Do you see that, ma'am?
Yeah.
Now, Ms. Matlang will testify that it's correct that she did not respond to the letter, but she actually attended a visit at CCRC on 1 July 2016.
Just hold it there.
Apologies.
She attended at CRC on the 1st of July.
Yes, 2016.
If we can just, maybe you should use the term, I think, Kalinen, or just explain to the witness, because I don't know whether she knows that that is CCRC.
As the court pleases, my lady, Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center. She attended on the 1st June 1st of July 2016. Can you dispute that, ma'am?
I can't recall that she was there.
All right. And Ms. Matlangu will also testify that when she attended at Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center on the 1st of July 2016, she addressed a number of issues, including a kitchen dispute between the two NGOs that were occupying the premises. Can you dispute that?
Just a second. Response?
Can you ask the question again?
Certainly. Ms. Matlangu will testify that when she attended at Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center on 1 July 2016, she addressed a number of issues, including a kitchen dispute between the two NGOs occupying the facility. Can you dispute that?
No, I can't. I can't recall that.
All right. Thank you, my lady. That concludes my questioning.
Thank you. Mr. Pinar, do you have questions to this witness?
May it please the court, my lady, no questions to this witness at this stage.
Thank you. Mr. van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. I equally don't have any questions at this stage.
Ms. Hassim's team?
Thank you, my lady. We also have no questions for the witness.
Who's talking?
It's Sasha Stevenson, the attorney, section
Okay.
27, my lady.
Ms. Munjerera?
Yes, please, the court, my lady. I don't have any question for this witness.
Mr. Sibara?
Pardon, my lady, we don't have questions for the witness, my lady.
Mr. Hutamo?
As it pleases the court, my lady, we do not have questions.
These people that are speaking, I don't even see them. Where is Mr. Hutamo?
I just stepped out quickly and it's Sandway that is speaking.
I'm not going to recognize the face that I don't see, please. I want to see the person who's talking. . 'Cause 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 ' Please, let's not waste the court's time, because I can see some people are not even robed. I see Mr. Mutamo is not there. Mr. Sibuku? Ms. Sibuku?
I'm here, my lady. As the court pleases, I've got no questions for the witness.
Can you hear me?
I hear you, my lady. I have got no questions. My lady, my connectivity is bad. I don't know if your ladyship can hear me.
I think the judge is joining again, Advocate Sogo. Just wait for a minute.
Okay. Sure, Sibara. My lady, I don't know if the court hear me. My connectivity is bad. I have no questions for the witness.
My lady, you are muted.
You are muted.
You?
I think the court is muted.
Nobody was responding, and I kept on asking. Nobody was responding. Then I thought that maybe I was also having a problem. That's why I had to exit the meeting.
Yeah, you were frozen.
All right, thank you very much.
You were
Ms.
frozen.
Ramaimela?
May I please the court, my lady?
Yes.
We do not have any questions for this witness, my lady.
Thank you. Ms. Koka?
My lady, I have no questions for the witness.
Thank you.
The court pleases.
Ms. Maite?
May it please the court, my lady, I am standing in for Ms. Maite. She has indicated that she's got no questions for the witness, my lady.
Mr. Shabangu?
As the court pleases, my lady, I have no questions at this stage. However, I reserve my right, my lady.
Ms. Mboweni?
As the court pleases, my lady.
May it please the court, my lady, I don't have any questions for the witness.
Mr. Manamela, are you there? Is there anybody standing in for Mr. Manamela? I see Mr. Utamu has just resurrected. I don't know.
As the court, please, my lady.
No. I don't want you to. It's not your time. Your time has passed, Mr. Utamu. You were not there. It's fine. You were not on your desk. Mr. Manamela, I'm going to pass you. It appears there is no appearance here.
My lady, if I may assist, my recollection is that Mr. Manamela mentioned during roll call that he has to attend to his ill son and that Mr. Malebe will be sitting in his absence.
That information, was it today at the roll call?
It was at roll call today, my lady.
Okay. Mr. Malebe, are you there? Mr. Malebe? Okay, I'm going to pass. Mr. Profi and then Mr. Pichela.
May I please the court, my lady?
Who's that now?
Ms. Shingange, my lady. Advocate Profi is not present. However, we have agreed that we do not have any questions for this witness.
Thank you. Mr. Pichela?
As the court pleases, my lady, I do have a few questions, not too extensive. Just to clarify certain aspects of the witness's testimony with reference to the period when the deceased was at Siabadinga.
Okay.
Yes. May I proceed?
Yes. You shouldn't
Thank you,
forget that, I don't know, the witness where you don't understand English, the interpreter is there. You must just tell the court that you want the question to be interpreted to you where you've got some problems. Right? Continue.
As the court pleases, my lady. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Goedemiddag, dame.
Can you hear Miss De Villiers?
She's muted, my lady.
She's muted, yes. You are muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, I can also hear you. I was saying good afternoon, ma'am. Yes, my name is Joe Pichela. I'm representing, among others, Siabadinga in this matter. Now, before I begin, I just wanted to say we are sorry for your loss and do receive our condolences.
Thank you.
Ma'am, there's just a few things that I would like you to assist me to clarify, and that is with regard to the period when your brother was housed at Siabadinga. If I may refer you to Exhibit 01, that is your statement on page 3923. I don't know if the statement can be made available to the witness, my lady.
Yes, Miss Foster, are you there to assist the witness?
Yes, my lady, thank you very much. We are providing her with the statement as we speak. Got the page in front of her.
Yes, but she must sit properly in order for the court to be able to see her. She's now on the side, yes, okay. Yes, Mr. Pichel?
Yes. Ma'am, how did you describe your relationship to Ms. Diane Moile, the CEO of Siabadinga?
She was a very kind person. We go on Afrikaans.
Yes.
Ja?
Yes.
Sy's 'n baie goeie mens.
She's a very good person.
En ons het goed oor die weg gekom. Sy was tot op my broer se begrafnis gewees.
We were communicating well. She was even present during my brother's funeral.
Just hold it there.
Yes.
Continue, Mr. Pichel.
And so I understand that when your brother was transferred initially, the first time to Siabadinga, you were not informed and you did not give permission for that to happen. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Just hold it there. Continue, Mr. Pichel.
And in fact, in paragraph 3 of your statement, that is page 3923, you indicate that the time that your brother was with the NGO, his condition was good and he was happy. Is that correct?
Yes.
And reference to with the NGO, I presume that you mean Siabadinga, correct?
Yeah, Siabadingo.
Just hold it there.
And were you aware that the reason your brother was transferred back to
Okay, you are
CCRC?
breaking, Mr. Pitlela.
You are breaking.
Apologies, my lady.
Yes.
Ma'am, were you aware that the reason your brother was transferred back to CCRC was because the Gauteng Department of Health had terminated. In fact, let me not use the word terminate, had issued a letter to Siabadinga telling them that they are operating unlawfully, and this letter can be found on page 4073 and 4074, and it was authored by a Dr. T.E. Selebani, the head of department, on the 8th of July 2016.
Can we first cut the question?
Apologies, my lady. The last part was for the benefit
Just
of the
a
court.
second. Yes, it's fine.
Yes. The question to you, ma'am, is, were you aware that...
Okay, it's fine. Continue. I wanted to simplify it. Okay.
No, the court should proceed. I'm indebted to the court on that aspect.
Okay, just a second. Yes, counsel is putting it to you that are you aware, as per the letter that appears on page 4073, that when your brother was transferred back to CCRC, it was because the Department of Health had issued a letter to Siabadinga stating that it was operating unlawfully.
Yes, I was aware of that because I have no license to operate.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, you mentioned a fundraising event where, which was hosted by Siabadinga.
Come again?
A fundraising event.
Okay.
I think you indicated it was on the 4th of June 2016.
Yes, it's correct.
What did you understand? What did you understand the purpose of that event to be?
Because we...
ma'am, I'm going to give you the chance. Respond.
Because there was a shortage of food and bedding and clothing and appliances. That's why we arranged a fundraising for the day.
Yes.
Yes. Now, as you've indicated, you had a good working relationship with Ms. Noile. were you aware of the problems being experienced by Siabadinga with regard to not having any financial support from the Gauteng Department of Health?
Yes, I was aware of that.
Just hold it there.
And I presume this must have been one of the reasons why the fundraiser was held, correct?
Yes, yes, it's correct.
Yes.
Now, during the time when your brother was housed at Siabadinga, I presume that you never saw any marks on his body indicating that he had been hit, and he never complained to you about being ill-treated, correct?
Yes, it's correct. All the bad things happened when we transferred back to Cullinan.
Just hold it there.
Thank you, ma'am.
Continue, Mr. Pichel.
And you also had reasonable.
I can't hear you.
Mr.
Apologies, ma'am. I think there was a break. There was a break in transmission there.
Okay.
I'm saying you also had reasonable access to him at all times, correct?
Yes.
My lady, that concludes my cross-examination for this witness.
Thank you. Can I check, Mr. Late? Do you have questions to this witness?
My lady, we have no questions for the witness.
Mr. Veselo?
Lady, I have no questions for the witness.
Thank you very much. Is the end of your evidence. Thank you very much. You are therefore excused. Thank you for availing yourself.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye.
Evidence leaders.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, we've arranged Dr. Marule for tomorrow morning, and then Advocate Forster's second witness, Dr. Lombard, will follow thereafter.
But before I've excused the witness, Ms. Foster, but you have done your part, isn't it? You are muted.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I've not done my part yet. My arrangement with the court was that my witnesses will continue from the 28th.
No. I'm talking about this witness.
That's indeed correct, my lady, but I want to say something about Dr. Lombard for tomorrow.
Before you say something, are you satisfied that we can excuse the witness?
She's already excused and I am satisfied. Thank you very much.
Yes, because I forgot to ask you. That's why I wanted to talk to you now.
Okay. Thank you, my lady. I don't have any further questions.
Yes. All right. What did you want to say about Dr. Lombard?
My lady, I've arranged with Dr. Lombard to be here tomorrow. He is a private practitioner who has closed his practice for tomorrow. There's a huge financial implication for closing his practice. I've requested the court that my witnesses testify consecutively, and that was the arrangement that I had with this court. And I would really appreciate if we can continue with Dr. Lombard tomorrow. I understand I was not aware, there was no other indication that there will be a change from the arrangement I had with the court. I understand that Dr. Maruli is a paid employee of the state, where Mr. Lombard is now he's got huge financial implication for him being a private practitioner. He is available tomorrow. He will be here at 10 o'clock. I've consulted with him. We are ready to go, and it will be better if he testifies after Mr. Villiers. The court even asked or cautioned Mr. Light last week not to interfere with the arrangements, and I would really ask the court to honour the arrangement that I had with the court.
Can I hear the evidence leaders? Because I heard that Dr. Murule was supposed to have testified last week, isn't it?
Yes, my lady. He also waited the whole day for his evidence to be finalized. And with respect, my colleague did not make the arrangement with Advocate Late pertaining to Dr. Lombard. Dr. Lombard was supposed to testify after Mrs. de Villiers. So it's my respectful submission. Dr. Maruli is only going to testify pertaining to one deceased, and his examination will not take long.
I do not understand. I specifically arranged with Mr. Late that Mr. Villiers will be here on Monday. It's almost 3 o'clock now. And I made the arrangement with him that Dr. Lombard will...
Unfortunately, you were not here last week when he gave us the arrangement. I think Dr. Murule was the second. And then the main reason was that last week he was supposed to have testified, but he had to wait the whole day. So that's why maybe they just want to finish with him. Mr. Late, can I hear Mr. Late first? It's fine.
My lady, but I just want to see, can I just finish?
Well, I'm going to let me hear Mr. Late, and then you will reply thereafter. Mr. Late?
Lady, I would just like to correct Ms. Forster. We only spoke about the testimony of the current witness, Mr. Villiers. We didn't at all speak about the testimony of Dr. Lombard. I have gone through all my messages. All my telephone conversations are recorded. I went through that. I also went through all the emails. Nowhere did we discuss when Dr. Lombard will testify. We only discussed Ms. Foster can shake her head. I could show everything to her. We never spoke about the testimony of Dr. Lombard.
My lady, I was sitting at court when Mr. Light found me, and I really do not think we must do this on record. The whole world is watching on YouTube. I really do not think we must do this. All I asked this court is, I had an arrangement with this court that my witnesses will continue in continuation, and the court even asked Mr. Light if we can finish with my witnesses. That was a plea from this court. All I'm asking is that Dr. Lombard...
Just a second, my lady. Can't we find an amicable solution to this to avoid...
Are you giving a solution to the court?
No.
I'm still listening. You just...
The two professionals, my lady, can find each other, and we can accommodate Dr. Lombard. We can accommodate any witness, my lady. It's not necessary that we go through this.
I agree with Mr. Sibora. We can just start with Dr. Lombard, finish him, and Dr.
But he also asked you to starach. I don't want to use an English word, remember. Yes, Mr. Late, is it not something that you can resolve among yourselves? But we should know as to... come again?
We tried to... I did speak with her, with Mrs. Foster, and
Yes, Mr. Pitlela, I've noted you.
my view is that Dr. Maruli already sat here for a whole day. And if we can maybe arrange him for say, 12 o'clock, and Dr. Lombard and Mrs. Forster is going to give me or give the court the assurance that she will not lead him as long as she led Mrs. de Villiers today, then I can arrange for Dr. Marule to attend at 12 o'clock.
Louis, if I may check this.
Okay,
Can I quickly check the list just a second for me? I'm trying to check Dr. Lombard. Oh, it's only for Mr. Scholes. Stalls. Yes.
Yes. The only testifies about the deceased for the sister, the brother of
them. They will be testifying in respect of one deceased. So why should there be a problem? So what are you going to do? What is the arrangement? Are you saying we will start with Dr. Lombard for as long as he promises that she will be finished by 12?
12 o'clock, yes.
Yeah, but I don't want a situation where Dr. Murule will be now waiting again for another full day. Just a second, I see there was a Mr. Pitlela, now it's Mr. Pinar. Can I hear Mr.
I really do think this is a debate between myself, the court, and Mr. Light. I do not know if we have to involve other parties. I will be finished with Mr. Lombard. I'll try my utmost best. We can arrange with Dr. Murali at 12 o'clock.
Yes, but I can't ignore their hands. Isn't it? They've raised their hands. I don't know what they're going to say.
Well, but why do they want to say something?
Yes, let me hear them.
I mean, it's not their debate. Why do they want to
started it, isn't it?
I really don't understand that.
Can we excuse the interpreter?
All I wanted to venture my support in. And then,
are you talking to your device now?
Sorry, can we just excuse the interpreter? She has been sitting there.
Yes, it appears we're not. Are you going to need her tomorrow, Mr. Late? Mr. Late?
No, my lady, but she office is right next to mine. But I'm not going to.
Okay, Miss Meteve? Where are you?
Lady? My lady?
Yes, I don't see you, but I just wanted to excuse you formally. Thank you. You are therefore excused for today. I don't know. Mr. Late will communicate with you in case we need your assistance. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Matebe. I really appreciate your assistance. It was nice seeing you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Pitlela, thank you very much.
My lady, I wanted to support the proposition that we start with Dr. Lombard in light of the fact that even the cross-examination and the evidence that
to Mr. Stolz. Okay. All right.
Yes, so it doesn't look like there's anything extensive that's going to be discussed.
It's fine. I think they've already agreed that we'll start with Mr. Lombard. It's okay. Dr. Lombard. Mr. Pina?
May it please the court, my lady, only in an endeavour to facilitate, I would suggest, the suggestion is that Dr. Maruli should be ready or be at 12 o'clock. But it may be, if we cannot comply with that for Ms. Foster, wouldn't it be more appropriate to make the arrangement for 2 o'clock for Dr. Maruli? Then there can be no time constraints which will encroach upon Ms. Foster when she's presenting the evidence of a witness, Dr. Lombard, and between 12 o'clock and 2 o'clock, it's not a major difference, my lady, if we still have lunch in between.
Thank you. I'm going to close it. So we are starting with Dr. Lombard, then Dr. Murule will follow. Thank you very much. Any other thing? I see there's another hand there. Miss Mateba, I've already excused you. It's fine. You can go home. I don't know whether she left this without exiting herself. Yeah. I saw there was someone's hand. Okay. On that note, the proceedings for today are therefore adjourned. Thank you very much.
May I please the court, my lady?
As it please the court, my lady.